Dr. Benitez,
Yes.
Dr. Yarborough,
Yes.
Mr. Bolton.
Yes,
I don't see Ms. Vaman on.
she's coming on later.
Okay. Mr. Elicker,
Yes.
and I am a yes as well. And Ms. Connor emailed us the links for executive session.
Ms. Connor, you need to email that to my personal email.
Helmet and what's that?
Okay. Everyone back?
Is the sound on, Dr. White?
I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes.
Yes. Oh, there you are, Dr. Yarborough. You were on my
Mhm.
right side. Okay, so we are out of executive session, back in regular session. There were no votes in executive session. And so we can proceed. Mr. Goldson?
You're on mute.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to make a motion to accept the superintendent's recommendation for contract renewals. And the contracts would be for Thomas Lamb from July 1st through June 30th to July 1st, 2023 through to June 30th, 2025 at $160,000. Who's this? Miss Viviana O'Connor. Or is it Connor? Viviana Connor? I'm
Oh.
sorry, no. Well, Miss Viviana Connor from July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2025 at $171,666. And for Dr. Finley, what's Dr. Oh, I said Thomas Lamb already. Dr. Finley.
Michael Finley.
Dr. Michael Finley from July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2025 at $171,666.
Second motion.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. I see Attorney Alexiadis' hand is up. I think he has a clarification to the motion, I'm guessing. Attorney Alexiadis?
May I suggest that the better way to, that the motion should be phrased that it's a motion to enter into new employment agreements with the individuals you named and with those details.
As opposed to using renewal of contracts, new agreement.
It's as opposed to the superintendent's recommendation and renewing agreements, yes.
Okay, so be it. Did the recording secretary get that?
She's muted, but I feel like she would have asked for a clarification if she hadn't.
Yes,
Could you repeat? Thank you.
You want me to repeat the motion?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, that we accept the superintendent's recommendation to enter into new contracts for Thomas Lamb from July 1st through July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2025 at $160,000. Miss Viviana Connor from July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2025 for $171,666. And for Dr. Michael Finley from July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2025 at $171,666.
second motion.
Thank you.
Okay. Perfect. Any discussion? Dr. Jordan, are you, you have?
Oh,
a
no,
hand up?
no. Hand down, hand down.
Mayor Elicker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think very highly of the three individuals that are up for a contract renewal. And I also want to say I support the proposed salary increase for Mr. Lamb to bring him more in line with the industry standards. I know that he's been working very hard. I think that continuity is very important as we move towards a new superintendent. But I also think it's important for the new superintendent to be able to choose his or her team. And so in my view, the 2-year contract is too long, and I would make a motion to amend this to move the 2-year contracts to 1-year contracts.
Is there a second to the mayor's proposed amendment? Okay, so that motion fails. Dr. Benitez? Dr. Benitez? Oh, you're muted.
I'm muted. I just wanted to say that I support the 2-year contracts. I am saying this publicly. I caution an executive team to know that when a new superintendent comes, it's always a challenge. Some of you have gone through that in different places. And I want all of us to understand that moving forward, we all need to work together. And it's going to be difficult next year, whether we like the person or not. It's going to be a new year. So I congratulate everyone tonight, but as we continue to do this for other executive team members, I just want all of you to brace for impact, because you know it's going to be a hard year. And
I'm sorry.
and our kids deserve that the teams work together. So let's hope that we can make the right decision for a good superintendent that can lead you. But I also tell you, it's going to be difficult, and we all need to work hard at it.
Okay, I'll just say very briefly that I will support Dr. Tracy's recommendation to renew the contracts for the 2 years. Mayor, Dr. Joyner, Mayor Elicker, and then Mr. Bolton.
I believe that a good leader can make people better. I believe that the people that we voted for tonight have done a good job in a really difficult and stressful circumstance. But I also believe that the kind of person that we choose to lead the district, it has to be someone that can make everybody around them better, and including parents, students, teachers, and what have you. And quite frankly, I believe Dr. Mayo did that. I believe Dr. Dow did that. I believe that Dr. Tarazi certainly did that. And I believe that Dr. Tracy did that under duress. And I also believe that we're seeing the same type of phenomenon in city government. I think the mayor has made people around him better. And so clearly those people have done a good job. They've been evaluated and shown to be worthy. And we should be able to bring in somebody that can continue to inspire them, support them, and create a kind of climate in the district that will enable everyone to improve. That's the mark of a leader. And all you have to do is look at the Super Bowl and what that coach did. He got fired from Philly and he beat Philly. And so we need that type of leadership in the district at every level, because we're in uncertain and perilous times, not only in this city, but in this state, in this country, and in this world. So thank you, fellow board members.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. Mayor Elicker, and then Mr. Goldson.
Given Mr. Goldson hasn't yet had an opportunity to speak on this topic, and I have, I'll just let him go first.
Mr. Goldson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Madam President. I think everybody understands, have heard over time and time again from me that I'm just not a huge fan of the huge salaries that we have in the district, but it is what we have, and we do have to make the district competitive. I also will remind people that I voted against Mr. Lamb when he was first brought to this organization. I will admit that he has proven me wrong so far since he's been here. Now, I can't predict what the future is going to give us, but if he continues to do the kind of things that he does in the district, I think this district will be well served by him. And I also would like to remind folks that that position was not the easiest to fill. It wasn't the quickest to fill. And the last thing I want to have is a new superintendent dealing with contract negotiations while also trying to find a new COO who's been underpaid compared to districts our size in the state. So you know, I'll admit when I'm wrong, and I will try to correct it when I can. Which is one of the reasons why I wanted to make the motion this evening for these three individuals. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Goldson. Mayor Elicker?
Thank you, Madam President. I kind of anticipated my motion wouldn't pass, but I just think it's important for a leader to be able to choose their team. And that doesn't reflect at all on the individuals who are doing a very, very good job. And you know, my hope is that the new superintendent, after 2 years, will decide to carry on with folks. 2 years is much better than no contract, and so I will definitely be supporting the renewal of these contracts.
Thank you, Mayor Elicker. Seeing no further discussion, we'll vote on the new employment contracts for Mr. Thomas Lamb, Ms. Viviana Connor, and Dr. Michael Finley. Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Dr. Joyner,
Yes.
Dr. Benitez,
Yes,
Dr. Yarborough,
Yes.
Mr. Goldson,
Yes.
Ms. Roman is still not on, right? No. Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
and I'm a yes as well, and so that motion passes. And we can move on to, let's see. I wanted to move the president's report up before public participation, just because I think that some of what I might say, there may be public comment on, I don't know. And maybe they'll have some answers with the president's report. The first being that we are looking into a room either at a school or central office so that we're able to have hybrid meetings if members of the community or board members would like to attend in person. The challenge has been in looking for that is that we currently don't have an AV contractor. However, we may also have the option of using a room at City Hall. So I've asked Attorney Alexiadis and Mr. Lamb to work on finding a space that would work. So stay tuned for that. I'm also requesting that the governance committee revise our bylaws 9325.43, which is the attendance at meetings via electronic communications bylaw, because it's not in sync with current Connecticut regulations. And Attorney Alexiadis, correct me if I'm wrong. And it does not allow for attending executive sessions remotely. So we have to figure out how we just have to make some changes to that. The second point, it would be around the superintendent search, just a bit of an update. I'm happy to announce that the superintendent search process and timeline has been added to the main page of our district website. It pretty much shows up as soon as you open the website, at the bottom left of the screen, there's a link. The superintendent position has been posted on February 1st and closes on February 23rd. There's also a link on the website to the Mac and Jake website to the application. Focus groups meeting have been scheduled and community members were invited to join those groups via email from McPherson and Jacobson. If folks are not able to attend the focus group meetings, then there are other meetings where they can participate and give their input, because we want to make sure that we hear from everyone who would like to participate. And those are the stakeholder meetings that are scheduled at Betsy Ross Magna School Auditorium. And they're starting on Wednesday. So it's Wednesday, February 15th, Thursday, February 16th, and Friday, February 17th. And the times are also, that's all listed on the district website as well. So if you're not able to attend the community public engagement meetings, we still want to hear from you, which is why there will be a stakeholder anonymous survey, and the results will go directly to McPherson and Jacobson. And the survey will be open February 15th through the 22nd. And I believe it's 11:59 p.m. on February 22nd when it closes. And then the stakeholder executive summary will be presented to the Board of Ed in an open session on February 27th. Time to be determined, but I think we're just I might just add it to the an agenda item. Well, no, because it's gonna take a little while for that meeting. So time to be determined. So alongside McPherson and Jacobson, we've worked really hard to ensure that this process is as transparent and as inclusive as possible. And so I hope the community will see and feel that throughout the process. And those are my 2 updates for the moment. Any questions or comments on that? Okay, and so we'll move to public participation, Dr. Joyner and Dr. White.
Madam Chair, I'm gonna have to take care of a personal matter for a minute. So
Okay.
could you ask someone else to take the peak time? All
Mr. Wilcox raised his hand, so
right, thank you.
thank you.
Our first speaker, Mr. Wilcox, are you ready?
I am ready.
Okay, our first speaker is Young In Kim.
Good evening. My name is Youngin Kim, and I'm a senior at Wilbercross High School, as well as a member of the New Haven Climate Movement. Last September, the New Haven Board of Education unanimously passed a climate emergency resolution, which is proposed by the New Haven Climate Movement and edited meticulously with the help of Board Vice President, Mr. Wilcox. At the meeting, it was decided that the different committees of the board would take charge of planning the implementation of each of the 8 action points on the resolution and would report back on their progress at the April 24th board meeting. We, the members of the New Haven Climate Movement, want to speak to the board members about the progress we have made on the climate emergency resolution. Over these past 5 months, the members of our Climate Education Committee have done research on 5 of the action points in order to aid the planning process of the board committees. The 5 points address transportation, energy efficiency, recycling, climate education, and food waste. Today, some of us wanted to give you an update on our findings. I personally did research on the implementation of a recycling program in New Haven Public Schools, which is point 4 of the resolution. Our members met with people who are experts on recycling, such as CJ May, who used to be the recycling coordinator at Yale and is currently the recycling coordinator in the city of Waterbury. And we also just met with Farnham LLC, who is consulting committees on the board and writing a grant for the district waste disposal programs, and is working closely with Mr. Lamb. We also plan to meet with Michelle Martinelli, the Energy and Sustainability Manager in New Haven Public Schools, this Thursday. And we've also done extensive research on what other school districts in the United States have done with the recycling programs. For example, Lincoln Public Schools in Nebraska diverted 52% of their waste from landfills in 2021, recycling 1.6 million pounds and composting 1.2 million pounds. This school district and many others in the country have strong, effective recycling programs. We in New Haven should too, especially considering that the Mandatory Recycling Act went into effect in Connecticut in 1991, under which all schools are required to recycle. We would like to meet with members of the Finance and Operations Committee in the coming weeks to present our research and to discuss ideas for a feasible, effective goal concerning the recycling program. We will reach out via email to schedule this meeting. We also ask that the resolution is posted on the NHPS website for the public to view. We also hope that in the future, public comments will be put first, as many of our members who were scheduled to testify tonight had to leave during the wait for the executive session. The voices of New Haven's youth call for action, and we hope that the Board of Education will make the points of the climate emergency resolution a priority. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amelia Lee.
Hi, I'm Amelia Lee and I attend school here in New Haven. I'm part of the New Haven Climate Movement as well, and I'm here to talk about the resolution passed in September. And more specifically, I want to discuss point 3 on the resolution, which is energy, and how energy solutions can contribute to a school system that is not only climate conscious, but also saves money and fosters healthy youth. For public schools across the country, the second largest yearly expense after salaries is the energy bill, totaling $8 billion spent annually. This is much more than the cost of books and supplies and computers combined. And a myth about going green or even net zero emissions is that it always costs more. But for schools, it's the exact opposite. According to the USDE, schools can save up to 25% of their energy bill by just making buildings more energy efficient, such as through retrofitting heating and lights and improving insulation. Another way to significantly reduce energy costs is to go solar. You've overseen the installation of solar panels at 11 New Haven public schools in 2018, which will offset more than 2.5 billion pounds of carbon every year. These panels were installed at no upfront cost to the city and immediately provided discounted electricity costs for schools. Other municipalities are doing the same. Rooftop solar arrays on 3 West Haven schools will save taxpayers almost $120,000 annually in the 25-year term. Putnam and Fairfield have undertaken similar cost-saving solar projects. What's more, there are so many federal and state funding sources for energy improvement, such as the Inflation Reduction Act, Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, Connecticut Energy Efficiency Fund, and Connecticut Green Bank. We already have all the resources we need to undertake a full energy transition at our public schools. What we need is to measure our progress and ensure our success. To this end, we at the New Haven Climate Movement urge you all to hire an energy consultant who would create a district-wide energy plan to reduce waste, increase efficiency, and increase solar and other clean energy sources. We would love to meet with you all and talk about our research and next steps, and we would also be available to research any areas that need more information. Please be on the lookout for an email from us about setting up a meeting. And to end, I'd like to say the less we spend on energy, the more we can devote to our education. Less money needed for heating, cooling, and lighting a classroom means more money spent inside that classroom or money saved for New Haven residents and taxpayers. It means a healthier, more climate conscious, and better education for all. Thank you.
Our next speaker, when you come on, please state your name. You're listed as NHPS parent. Please state your name to begin.
Hi, my name is Brianna Bellinger Dawson. And as of January 30th, I was the part-time dramatic arts and dance teacher, musical director, choreographer, co-producer, and summer musical program coordinator at Nathan Hale. With the many jobs that I juggled at the school, many staff members, families, students, and community members were unaware that I was part-time because I gave a lot of my time and energy coordinating activities for our students that they both wanted and needed. I am not here tonight to pass blame or point fingers. I am only here to say that I am not alone. There are other part-time staff within this district that give a lot of their time and energy to students because they care. They know that these are activities that will help our students grow and build a bridging gap between our NHPS schools and our community. I am here just to say that our students deserve a lot better. And it's sad that I myself had to leave in order to support my family for the cost of living. I was making $15 an hour, and I was at that rate for 8 years. And unfortunately, with the way that the economy is growing, I was not able to provide for my family to stay in that position. And that had nothing to do with my students. I would have loved to stayed if I was able to be offered a contract or some sort of agreement with the district in order to advance my studies and finish my degree, as well as provide an amazing opportunity for our students. I just want the district and the board to know that there are a lot of other teachers in this district who are struggling just as well. And if they could help provide resources, that would be utterly amazing. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lila Kaplan. Lila Kaplan.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lila Klepner. I am a senior at Wilbercross High School and a member of the New Haven Climate Movement. I would like to talk to you tonight about point 6 of the Climate Emergency Resolution, which lists out 4 ways the Board of Education will take action with the New Haven Food Policy Council. Sourcing food locally, decreasing packaging waste, increasing food donation, and implementing composting. I, along with other NHCM members, have researched this point, and tonight I would like to present our findings regarding implementing a composting program in our schools. I have been a student in New Haven since kindergarten. The Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, CT-DEEP, estimated that an average student generates 67 pounds of lunch garbage per year. In my 13 years of being a student, I alone have generated almost 900 pounds of garbage at lunch. 900 pounds per student, 900 for every single one of the almost 1,800 students at my high school, 900 for every single one of the 1,200 students at Hill House. I don't have to multiply it out for you to understand that that is a lot of garbage. According to CT-DEEP, the single largest component of solid waste sent to incinerators and landfills is food waste. And what is the New Haven Board of Education doing to divert this waste and help reduce their carbon footprint? Very little. At least not yet. We can look locally to see success in decreasing this problem. Southern Connecticut State University launched composting at its dining facility, Connecticut Hall. Based on the success of food recovery and the sustainability interns who led it, Southern diverted 45 tons of food scraps from the waste system during the compost project's pilot year, and more than 50 tons the following year. In partnership with Blue Earth Compost and Quantum Biopower, Southern processes the food scraps at an anaerobic digester in Southington CT, where it is converted to renewable energy and landscape products. Along with my work with the New Haven Climate Movement, I am co-leader of the Wilbercross Environmental Club. We are beginning our own pilot composting program this spring. We have been partnering with Peels and Wheels, a local composting business run by Domingo Medina. He suggests that the Board of Education's Food Service Task Force expand composting district-wide by using the same company as Southern, Blue Earth Compost. Myself and other members who have been looking into ways the Board of Education can follow through on point 6 of the resolution hope to meet with the Food Service Task Force to discuss our ideas and hear what they have been considering. We are planning to send an email summarizing our research within the next few days. I'm excited to work alongside you and to share the learnings of the pilot program at Cross. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leslie Boiteau.
Good evening. My name is Leslie Blatteau. I'm New Haven teacher, parent, and president of the New Haven Federation of Teachers. I want to thank the young people for sticking through this tonight and sharing their really relevant and insightful ideas around ways that New Haven Public Schools can really be planning for the future and for a green future. So thank you to them. I also want to echo the young person who first spoke from Wilbercross, who asked this board if public comment could remain at the beginning of the meeting. I think, educators of all people, parents as well, know that routines matter. And I think when we break from our routines, we're interrupting processes that are really important to our community. So I recognize it might be related to expenses for attorneys, but I still would hope that we can keep public comment at the beginning of our meetings. So I'd like to speak about 2 specific concerns. I appreciate President Rivera's update that there will be a coming shift to hybrid meetings. I wanted to speak also about the upcoming public meetings for the superintendent search. Because if we're committed as a city to build trust with and engage our families in a meaningful and authentic way, it's concerning to me that we just let families know this evening at 5 o'clock about the meetings. And I think they're actually at the Barack Obama School on Wednesday and Thursday. So we should also be clear about the details for when and where these meetings are. If we've known that Dr. Tracy was retiring back in September, it's concerning to me that this process feels confusing and we're not up in front of getting this information out to families. Because building community and building consensus really requires more than an email the week of the event. We have to be intentional. And I worry that the perceptions could end up being that, oh, people weren't interested in the meetings, people didn't show up, when in reality, we really have to work hard to get that information out to people. I recognize how busy everyone on this meeting is, but we don't get a second chance to convene the public on this issue of who our next superintendent is. So I really urge the mayor and the president of the board to make sure this information is communicated to families correctly and soon. And I do recognize that at 5 o'clock today, some additional information did go out. Secondly, I also want to speak about New Haven Public Schools policy on hiring new staff for vacant positions. I'm concerned that some vacant positions, such as library media specialists and literacy and math coaches, will not be filled this academic year. But yet new upper level management positions are being created new. I recognize that the classroom teacher shortage created challenges for all of us, but nevertheless, in a time when school culture and climate needs attention, I would hope every effort would be made to prioritize filling school-based vacancies before we create new supervisor positions. While a literacy or math coach or an LMS doesn't do the same job as a classroom teacher, they're crucially important to the ongoing work of relationship building and contributing to positive climate in our schools. In fact, teachers might be more willing to come work at a school that has a fully staffed team, including academic coaches and librarians. Perfect timing. Thanks so much to everybody for your ongoing work, and I look forward to seeing folks at these superintendent search meetings this week.
Our next speaker is Rosie Hampson.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rosie Hampson. I'm a junior at Wilbercross High School and a member of the New Haven Climate Movement. I'm also here tonight to talk about the Board of Education Climate Emergency Resolution passed last September. I, alongside other NHPS high school students, have been researching point 2 of this resolution, which concerns transportation. Transitioning to lower emission transportation options is extremely important to reduce our city's greenhouse gas emissions. Transportation emissions, which are the largest contributing sector of Connecticut's greenhouse gas emissions, account for 38% of our total emissions. The continued use of private vehicles to transport students to and from school and a reliance on diesel buses are the causes of these emissions. It is urgent that we address these causes not only in order to combat climate change, but also to fight the alarming impact transportation emissions have on public health. Air pollutants from transportation include cancer-causing benzene and fumes, which lead to respiratory issues such as asthma, disproportionately harming lower-income communities and communities of color. Students who ride diesel buses daily are exposed to 10 times the levels of particulate matter compared to outside the bus, which over a student's entire school career can have distressing health impacts. To address the detrimental impacts of unhealthy transportation options on climate and public health, we have drafted a series of proposals we are suggesting to the Board of Education. One of these proposals includes implementing a Safe Routes to Schools program to help students ride and bike safely to and from school by hiring a coordinator to educate families and coordinate biking and walking trains to schools, while also making necessary changes to infrastructure to make walking and biking to school safe for students. Our other proposals to the Board of Education include funding bike education and encouragement programs in schools, introducing carpooling apps to help parents coordinate rides, supporting the extension of free bus fares, and helping with the transition to electric, zero-emission school buses. Through these actions, we can encourage students to use healthier transportation options, which will be highly significant in reducing our city's greenhouse gas emissions and promoting clean air and public welfare. We are currently in the process of finalizing these proposals and will reach out via email to the Board of Education Transportation Committee in this coming week to set a time to meet and present our ideas. We look forward to connecting with you shortly. Good evening and thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Lisa Bassani.
Hi, thank you. My name is Lisa Bassani, and I'm a parent at Nathan Hale School. I have 2 girls there in 3rd and 7th grade. We are a public school family. We are not going to be departing for a private school. We're here and we're invested. And I want to shout out our beloved Brianna Bellinger Dawson, Miss B, if you're still on, we love you. And I'm here to advocate for her. Our kids lost one of the best people in the world. They loved her. They loved her programs. It was musical theater. And I'll say this, it was unique. There's nobody doing what she was doing in New Haven Public Schools. Her program was unique, it was inspirational, and it addressed every single metric and point you claim to be concerned about. We have absenteeism rates that are off the charts. We have low literacy rates. We have issues with social emotional learning. We have a growing mental health crisis in this district and everywhere. And her program connected with these kids on just a truly remarkable level. Now, she talked about the economics and why she wasn't able to stay. And I'll make this point. We're paying substitute teachers $100 a day to have no expertise, to be basically babysit in the classroom, because we have a teacher shortage that is unbelievable and growing and keeps growing. And Miss B was making minimum wage and doing truly transformational work in our schools. I personally think that is just, it's not okay. It's shameful. The work she was doing, like I said, it was so remarkable. You couldn't even believe the impact she's had on these kids. And it was not just Nathan Hale too. Her summer programming was across, included kids, elementary school students from across the district. So I'd like to make a few more points about arts in this school system. Lucy Gelman had a great quote in sharing a recent New Haven Indie article on this. And she said that this city views, and this district views, arts as cute and extra rather than life-saving and life-giving. And it is. We have kids who we acknowledge don't want to come to school, but in Nathan Hale, they not only wanted to come to school, they were staying till 5, 6, 6:30 p.m. without complaint. They wanted to be there. They loved her. They were learning lines. They were learning music. It was an incredible program. We can and should be creative. We have an opportunity to think outside the box. I understand that this district there are teacher certification requirements, but there are plenty of people in these schools that are not certified and this is an opportunity to think outside the box. Could we partnership, just one thing, could we have a partnership outside of NHPS and build on the remarkable work that Ms. B has done and offer this broadly across the city? I think there's a true opportunity here. I hope you'll take it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lauren Holloway.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Holloway. I'm also a parent to 3 students within the district and have become increasingly frustrated with the lack of communication and transparency regarding, most specifically, Ms. Bellinger Dawson from Nathan Hale, and in general, part-time teachers as a whole and their lack of opportunity throughout our community. After a very brief email exchange with Dr. Tracy, it remains clear that administration puts very little value on parental input in regards to finding creative solutions and is more comfortable upholding the clearly failing status quo. If this is a teachers union issue, please just acknowledge that and let us strategize around it. In the particular case of Ms. Bellinger Dawson, moving beyond the state requirements of a degree and teaching certificate has been nearly impossible given that fact. We as the parents are well aware that there are necessary requirements that need to be met in order to be considered a teacher, but cannot get an answer from anyone as to why the administration is unwilling to work with Ms. Bellinger Dawson to create a position that allows her to continue doing the incredible work with our children and students without that title at a livable wage, while simultaneously being offered the opportunity to become certified if that's what she desires. Call it whatever you want. I am of the understanding that positions have been created in other instances throughout the district, and am curious what the criteria for said positions is. Who are they being made for? Why is Ms. Bellinger Dawson not being considered for something similar when all of the concerns that have been put forward about literacy, absenteeism, social emotional learning, and the post-COVID mental health crisis are all being positively addressed in the work that she does within our school system? There appears to be a clear failure of leadership to identify talented and passionate employees and to mentor them in a constructive way. As a district, you are willing to pay community substitutes without certification of any kind, $100 a day just to have bodies in classrooms, but are unwilling to work with clearly qualified and wildly successful individuals who want to be here in a way that will pay them a living wage. A public comment was submitted by another parent that addresses a tried and true apprenticeship model that would allow part-time teachers the ability to earn that living wage and to be able to afford the necessary schooling that the state requires in order to move forward in their careers while benefiting themselves and the district throughout that time. The lack of desire to do the work required to make these things possible is shameful and frustrating. Our teachers and our students deserve so much better, and I am hopeful that you will do what needs to be done in order to address that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adrian Huck. They may speak now.
Good evening, Board of Education members. My name is Adrian Huck, and I'm an organizer with the New Haven Climate Movement and a 2020 graduate from Metropolitan Business Academy. I'm also the youth coordinator for the Climate Health Education Project, and I help lead the Climate Justice Schools Initiative between New Haven Climate Movement and NHPS. Within our Climate Education Committee, I'm part of our Food Subcommittee, which is currently researching best practices for NHPS to provide locally grown, healthy, sustainable food, decrease packaging waste, and increase opportunities for food donation, food rescue, and composting. In Connecticut, several towns have successfully done school composting initiatives. I'd like to share with you all some local examples to show that this is not only possible, but that dedicated individuals, especially students, have already taken the lead on making it happen. At ESOMS, students compost every Monday and Friday through their gardening club. At NHA, their outdoors club began a successful composting program this month. The waste gets processed by Peels and Wheels, which is based in New Haven. The Wilbur-Cross Environmental Club students are starting up a composting program for their school using Peels and Wheels this year. Foot School also partnered with Peels and Wheels to provide and compost biodegradable dishware and cutlery for large events such as graduation. They involve students in creative challenges to reduce their school's waste. Common Ground High School has also been doing on-site school composting since the 90s and uses their compost for their school's urban farm. Their program was also recently expanded to allow local residents to contribute their food waste to the compost pile. On the college level, Yale University composts leftovers in their dining halls. SCSU donates excess food from their dining operations to local soup kitchens and emergency pantries. The compost from their dining facility is processed at an anaerobic digester, while compost collected around campus is used to benefit their school garden. UNH composts in various areas around campus and then sends it to an anaerobic digester. Their dining services provider offers trayless dining, recyclable to-go containers, reusable drink containers, locally sourced produce, and even farmers markets available on campus. They also use food scraps to feed crayfish that are used in their university research and donate leftover food from their dining halls to Haven's Harvest regularly. We will be sending the Food Service Task Force a letter soon regarding the importance of addressing this topic and the top 2 areas we would like to see action on, namely composting and food donation, as the 6-month march in April approaches since passing the BOE Climate Emergency Resolution. Later on, we will share our package of research with you all, and we hope that you will take our recommendations into account. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ashley Stockton. Ms. Stockton.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. First, I just would like to acknowledge that even though the enrollment at Wilbur-Cross has risen to almost 1,800 kids this year, clearly some really good things are happening there. A few months ago, Wilbur-Cross students organized and advocated for equitable and sanctioned athletic facilities. They did a great job researching, writing arguments, and presenting them publicly. And tonight we hear this awesome group of solution-driven young adults from Cross underscoring the urgency of their climate proposal. So I just wanted to first say awesome job, governors, and thank you to the teachers who are supporting them there at their school. the second thing I just wanted to say, I just have 3 quick questions for the board. And I know that this board has made it a practice that you don't answer questions. I think many of us don't know what to do with that anymore. I'm asking for answers to these questions. And I really hope that you understand relationships are reciprocal and they're not one-sided, and looking for answers. First one is, will you please make a list of the attendees of this public meeting right now? Will you make the list public right now in real time so that it isn't an issue after the fact? Because that's what we keep hearing, is that you didn't know we can't see who's here, or now we don't have the list of who was there. So I'm saying it to you now, like in real time, please make the list publicly available. That's first. Second, at recent meetings, we've heard 2 board members say that they are in the process of updating the policies for the committees that they chair, which is great. I think the district policies need updating. My question is, which committee is charged with safety and crisis management policies, and when will we hear updates? When will updated safety and crisis management policies be presented to the board and shared with the public? Again, these are questions I'm asking for answers to. This isn't just to like entertain myself or anyone else. And finally, last question. This board has made it clear that you feel you guys are the best people to be on this superintendent search committee and that no one else should be on it. But I do hope you understand that means there's no one representing high schools on this search committee. You don't have a single high school parent. You don't have a high school teacher. You don't have a high school principal. You don't have a high school student. And so I get it that you don't want us on your search committee. You don't want parents on the search committee, or teachers, but please just add Ms. Roman and Mr. Cruz Bustamante to the search committee. They're extraordinary. They're engaged. They represent the high school students, and no one on the board currently has insight or personal experience with what's happening in high schools today. And
that's time.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to just quickly finish my thought. And I think we can include our 2 elected board members, Mr. Cruz Bustamante and Ms. Roman, to represent their peers, their teachers, and their schools on the superintendent search committee. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Laura Cross.
Hello. I'm a parent of 2 students in the New Haven public school system. My oldest son is a junior at Wilbercross, and my youngest son is in 8th grade at Nathan Hale. I would like to speak about the district's compensation policy for non-certified educators who do not have a bachelor's degree. There are many part-time staff in NHPS who contribute to the education and enrichment of our children. While they may not have specific credentials, they are working in a capacity that benefits the community and enriches the experience for the students. Brianna Bellinger Dawson is one of those educators who worked for this district for 8 years, running a program that supports all of the district's priorities, including addressing absenteeism, diversity, equity, and inclusion, literacy, social emotional learning. Her program started with a few students performing to audiences of 10 or 20 parents, to running a casting crew of 60 students and performing for sold-out audiences in person and online, to the point that we had to turn people away because there were no seats left in the auditorium. My son was quiet and lacked confidence when he began with a small part in his first production. She helped him find his voice, learn to sing, and eventually become confident enough to have the lead role in the last play. His growth as a person, as a student, as a friend has happened because she encouraged him and gave him the tools to succeed. That is what education is all about. The district failed to identify her as an exceptional educator who should have been properly developed to obtain her bachelor's degree and ultimately certification, so New Haven would have one more teacher in our schools. At a time when teachers are either leaving the profession entirely or leaving New Haven for better pay and a better experience in districts that will support them, leadership should not be letting high-quality district employees leave. Instead, this board should be coming up with creative solutions to attract, develop, and retain the talent that we have here in New Haven. I have presented an apprenticeship structure to the superintendent, the mayor, and the members of the board, like the one I manage for the construction industry, where licensing for specific trades is required, just as teacher certification is required. The apprenticeship model is sponsored by companies to provide on-the-job training to people who wish to have a career in the licensed trades. Inexperienced workers start at a pay rate that is above minimum wage, and their compensation is increased every 1,000 hours as they gain more experience. In addition, the company sponsor is required to pay a portion of their education. My company has found that we benefit more with greater retention of employees when we pay the full tuition. With this program, our apprentices earn a living wage while they gain the experience and education required for their credentialing. Instead of trying to recruit 10 licensed plumbers, electricians, and HVAC technicians, we are growing our own, and they end up planting strong roots with us because we provide the support needed to further their career. Our district could adopt a similar model for teachers. There are funding sources available. We could set up partnerships with Southern, Gateway, Yale, and Quinnipiac for reduced tuition for NHPS employees in the program. The district would pay the tuition, and employees in the program would sign an agreement to stay with the district post-certification for a defined period of time.
That's time.
Or have the tuition, I'll be done in just a second, or have the tuition converted to a student loan that the employee would become responsible for upon their departure. Employees who leave mid-program without completing the education will also have the tuition paid, converted to a student loan. There is no law that says if you don't have a bachelor's degree, you are only worth minimum wage in our schools and can only be paid part-time. That's an NHPS policy. Brianna was paid $273 a week for all the benefits she brought to the school community, and this district is paying substitutes with no degree, no certification, and only a high school diploma, $100 to $145 a day to babysit our kids. That is the most counterintuitive practice from a leadership team that should be putting forth fresh ideas to tackle the challenges of a changing world. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kirsten. Please state your full name.
Hello, hi, this is Kirsten Helps McFadden. It was great to hear the president's update that there will soon be hybrid meetings. I can't wait to see you all in person again. I've missed you all. So hopefully that will be soon and we can get out and get to see each other again. I just want to say that I really want to work and do some great work with the district, and I'm having a little issue. I'm not going to say what it is right now because it's, hopefully will be resolved soon. But I will say that when teachers want to get out there and help the district and really care about students, that we should be seen in a positive light, and that should be allowed to happen. And we should not be treated badly. And so that's all I'm going to say right now, because I'm hoping and I believe it will resolve itself. I trust that it will. But, just think about that. If you have teachers that want to do something positive for their district because they care, homegrown, I'm a homegrown person here. You should encourage that. You should never discourage it. Have a wonderful night. Thank you.
Madam President, that is all of the attendees' hands. There's one hand on the panelists. Mr. Goldson, you are recognized.
I just want to raise the points. I'm putting in a public record again. I have not received my briefing on the transfer of students at Brennan Rogers that I've requested several months ago. My FOI for emails and texts between board members related to a certain topic have not been given to me yet, even though I requested that several months ago. I'm glad to hear that we will be going into hybrid meetings, hopefully sooner rather than later. I would report that the FOI request on contract scoring finally arrived today in my email. I want to add two other issues. One is the timing issue around these community and stakeholder meetings. I agree with some of the people that spoke that it feels kind of rushed and it doesn't give folks a lot of time to plan for it. I actually didn't hear about I saw something unofficial about the dates over the weekend. I still haven't received from this board leadership an actual list of when these communities are happening. And one of the things that I asked for, I think will absolutely help with transparency, is by giving a list of giving everyone in the community, including board members, a list of who have been invited to attend these stakeholder meetings and how they were invited. How did they become members of these stakeholder groups? I've yet to receive that. So I asked for that also by email a few days ago. The stakeholder focus group group names and how they got chosen. And I would also like to echo the community folks that spoke and the newspaper article and comments related to that, related to Ms. Brennan Bellinger Dawson. I wholeheartedly support the community's concern that we couldn't find a way to keep her. Again, we pay substitutes $100 plus a day. We were paying her a lot less than that, and still couldn't keep her because we couldn't give her a livable wage at a full-time calendar. So I hope that this administration finds a way to not only figure out how we could keep her or get her back, but how we could keep the other hardworking employees of the district who may not have bachelor's degrees. We found how to do it with at least one administrator. Thank you.
I'm just going to
Madam, one moment, I'm seeing there was another person's hand raised.
Oh, okay.
I was just about to say that. Since Saskarian, you speak.
Ukrainian, thank you. My student is a third grader at Nathan Hale, and I would echo in what Ms. Cross said. Just for a quick background, this woman may not have the degree that the state board requires, but her experience is outstanding. She has more experience than most theater teachers ever could. And as a parent of a minority student, we'll never get someone like Brianna again. She takes so much time with every student. She had 60 students. I emailed her one night and asked her, was there anything my child needed to get ready for the play? And within minutes, she emailed me back and told me what she could do. 60 students, and she knew exactly what my third grader needed. And I just think we as a community need to do better. We really do. We've let somebody go with great experience and who loved every child that she came into contact with. Thank you.
Madam President, that concludes all raised hands.
Okay. I just want to clarify just a couple of points. I don't normally for public comments, but because they're around the superintendent search and the meetings are starting to happen this week, I just want to make sure I clarify those points. First is that the two student board members are on the personnel search committee. The entire board is on that committee, and so they're part of that committee as well. The other issue that was mentioned, The stakeholder meetings, the change in the schools. I was not aware that it was changed to Obama School. I don't see anything on the website, and I spoke with Dr. Claire Stein, I think around 3 p.m. this afternoon. So if that change happened recently before the meeting, just please make sure we post that information on the website, because we don't want people showing up at Betsy Ross when they should be at Obama, or vice versa. And then the last point, I believe, Mr. Goldson, you brought up the focus groups, I believe is what you're talking about, not the stakeholder groups, because we don't have a list of who's going to go to those, because those are just dates and times that are posted for anyone in the community to come if they want to. But the focus group members were chosen. We sent Dr. Claire Stein the names and the emails of everyone we wanted invited. And so everyone that we sent was invited. To date, there's only been 3 RSVPs, and she thinks that that's fine, because normally a lot of times they just show up and don't RSVP, which is okay. But if you're concerned about the people that you recommended, make sure that they RSVP, and if not, just make sure that they show up to the have them look at their emails, because they have the times and the dates of those meetings.
Point of order, Madam President.
Go ahead.
I want to make sure I understand this. There's a difference between the focus groups and the stakeholder groups, right?
Yes.
The focus groups are open to anyone who wants to show up. Stakeholders are appointed. Is that correct?
No, the focus groups are the emails and the persons we send. So those are the focus groups, and all of the community members that we sent her emails for, everyone was invited to those. They actually added extra times to the days just to accommodate all of the different groups. And then the stakeholder groups, everyone can attend.
Madam President, I was given.
They don't want the board members there.
Madam President, the email that I received requesting 3 names was 3 names for a stakeholder business group. That's the only email I've received asking for names, and that was called a stakeholder group. It wasn't called a focus group.
The business and community group, but those are like a special invitation, so it's a different meeting than the state. There's one stakeholder group on each night. I think it's like there's different times for it, and I can forward that, but it's also on the website.
I want to make sure I understand this again. Stakeholders open to the public, focus are not invite only, because I'm sure those are probably open to the public also, right? But the only people participating would be
what
that
they're
are invited.
Yes, the community public meeting is what they're calling that everyone can attend, community members can attend. And then the emails that we sent, those are by invitation, and those invitations were emailed to everyone that we sent emails for.
And no one else could attend those meetings other than the people that were invited.
That's the plan, yes.
2 questions. One is that legal? Since this is a public committee that's formed by this board, is it legal to have a meeting around these issues without them being open to the public to view? And the second question is, again, how were people chosen to participate in these groups? I know about the business and community now, because I was asked to ask 3 names, but all the other stakeholder groups, how were they chosen, and will those names be available to the public?
So they no, because they're just going to show up. I
mean the ones that are invite only. Will those names be available to the public?
They don't even, I would imagine that after the fact they can be. They don't even have RSVPs yet. They only have 3 RSVPs so far. And so I can ask her.
I don't mean who, Madam President, I'm sorry. I don't mean who attended. I mean who were invited to participate in those groups.
Okay.
For instance, with the businessmen group, business community group, we know who were invited to attend. We know that. all of the other groups, the teachers, all those other stakeholder groups, are those names available to the general public, and will those meetings be open to view?
As far as I know, they're not, but I'll ask her and have a conversation with her about that. But she had been working with Justin Harmon, who have been working with other district staff to get parent lists and teachers and principals and all of that.
Do we hear a legal opinion as to whether or not those names and meetings should be open to the public from our attorney?
Attorney Alexiadis?
Sorry, I was double muted. Those are not meetings under the Freedom of Information Act. What that means is that they are personnel search committee meetings, and pretty much everything the personnel search committee does is an exception to the Freedom of Information Act. I don't use the word exempt because exempt is a term of art under the Freedom of Information Act.
So you're suggesting
it is not subject.
So you're suggesting that members that these committees or task force or groups or whatever we call it, are, even though they're not members of the personnel committee, they fall under the umbrella of the personnel committee, and therefore their names are kept private as well as the meetings?
There you go.
I would say that as a general statement, the workings of the Personnel Search Committee are not public. You want me to, if you want an opinion on a specific question about who's members, I can look at that. But the Freedom of Information Act is very specific about personnel search committees, and that is the advice that we have also received from outside counsel. I'm happy to elaborate further with you on that offline, Mr. Colson.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to see that in writing. I don't agree with it. It really doesn't sound right to me after being this many years on the board and dealing with what's open to the public and what's not. But even if, and this is to you, Madam President, even if we could keep that information from the public, why would we? What would be the justification for doing that? We're not discussing any candidates in those meetings. Those meetings are about getting input around what kind of candidates we want to see. I would expect that would be something that would be valuable to the entire community of New Haven. So I'm wondering why we would want to keep that private. I assume you can't answer that at this point, but I would like to hear, I would ask of you to ask that question to our search firm to figure out what their justification would be for keeping those meetings private and the membership private. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldson. Mr. Wilcox, and then Mayor Elicker.
Yeah, I think it's a couple points on this. I think it's important to provide a list of what the groups are and how they were comprised. There is no big giant secret about it. For instance, we know because we've had the discussion that the Alders Education Committee should be one of those groups, which would be comprised by that list of people. We know that there's going to be lists of or groups of administrators and groups of teachers and other staff members. But, so we at least should have the listing of, these are the groups and they were comprised this way, such as the teachers union provided names. Mm-hmm. So I think that that's important. I think another key important point to make is that from my understanding, from what's been told to us, they ask the same questions in each of the groups. Those are the same questions for those focus groups of teachers, for instance. It's going to be the same questions they ask that night in the public meetings, and it's going to be the same questions that are going to be on the survey. and they're going to be able to give us all those answers. So they, for instance, specifically said on the survey, we see all the answers that people filled out. They only edit it to remove if there's profanity or something like that. So the search committee will see any of the comments that people are putting together. But I do think it is important just to not create mystery around this. Let's just have the list of the, these are the 5 or 10 groups, and this is how they were put together. And I think that would be a good thing to make available and post it right on with the other information that's posted on the top level website of our website, which has the schedule. So it's gonna be the same questions, and I think it's important that we let everybody know that these are the types of groups that are coming together on this. Thank you.
Yeah, and I do have the listing of the different groups. I just don't have names of who's attending those groups. And I'm trying to go on the website, but my computer's not cooperating. So I think my internet's taken on enough. But that might also be on the website, but I'm not positive at the moment. But I can email you all a list of the different groups. Mayor Elicker?
Yeah, I don't really see why this is a big deal. Let's put out not just the names of the categories of the groups, but the names of the people on the groups. It's not a big deal. I was asked to submit 3 names for business and community, and I submitted Kim Harris, Jody Ortiz, and Magali Cajigas. I was asked to submit a parent name, and I submitted Danya Keene. It's not a big deal that people should know who the people are that are part of these search groups. So the consultant works for us. Let's ask the consultant to give the names and we can send them out. The second thing is we've got to get these community meeting locations right. And if we don't get them right tonight, then I don't know, we postpone the meetings, because I received an email from Justin Harmon saying they're at Obama School, and I'm hearing they're not at Obama School. Can we just get an understanding of where they are now?
Agreed. I agree. I had no knowledge of a change in the school. Like I said, I spoke with her around 3 p.m. and she mentioned nothing about a change in schools. I looked at the website. I don't see anything about a change in school. So I'm not sure when that change happened, what the reason was for it, but we'll figure it out by tomorrow morning.
Well, so there's members of the administration here. Can you just clarify where the location is, and then we'll stick with that and put out more notification on that?
Is Mr. Harmon here, or Dr. Tracy, do you know?
Mr. Harmon is it? I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't
Okay.
but I can hear you.
So the locations of the 2 evening meetings was changed from, it had been Betsy Ross Auditorium. It is now Obama School, and we did that for reasons of having supportive technology. One of the consultants who was planning to come came down with COVID, and so now needs to come in virtually, and we didn't have the right technology at Betsy Ross. So that was changed on the website, and it was correct in the email that was sent to the schools community and to the parents this evening or this afternoon.
Okay.
What about Obama School?
What about the
Wednesday and Thursday?
What about the daytime meetings? Because there are daytime
The
meetings.
daytime meetings will be in the parish hall adjacent to Betsy Ross School. And the meetings will run consecutively on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday morning. The Wednesday and Thursday meetings run all day. And we can certainly post a list of which groups are meeting when. I'm happy to add that to the posting that's already on the website.
Okay, great. Thank you. That would be great.
Thank
you. Okay. All right, I think, can we move on? Oh, Mr. Golton?
Thank you, Madam President. Mayor Elicker just highlighted a point I was making and I'm confused about, and still don't understand the process completely. And I'm the personnel committee. Like him, I was asked to send 3 names over for the business community group, but I was not asked to send a name over for the parent group.
I did. I sent a text to all of you for the parent group. And I
You
said,
sent a text.
I said,
You sent a text.
and the following morning, I believe it was a text, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, well, I'll look for that because I don't remember receiving it. And I'll follow up with you on that. Thank you very much.
No problem. But if you have parents that still want to participate, they can also come to the stakeholder group. It's the same, 4 questions are being asked across the board. Okay. All right, so, gosh, moving on to the approval of the board meeting minutes for January 23rd. Their motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
There's a second.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Bolton? You're muted. You're muted, Mr. Bolton.
Thank you, Madam President. Missing from the minutes was, we're on the minutes now, right?
Yes.
Oh, well.
Finally.
Yeah, okay. Missing from the minutes was my comments and public participation last week, which was a briefing on the transfer to students, FOI emails, texts, hybrid meetings, and the FOI request on the scoring. I brought those points up there. I might have 1 or 2 others I don't remember, but they're not listed in the minutes this week. They've been in the past, so I like those to be. I like the minutes to be amended to add my public comments last week. 2 weeks ago.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox.
Yes, there are several items that need to be corrected. I was at the meeting, but I joined late because I was testifying at the Aldermanic Affairs Committee meeting. So I'm listed as voting on items on page 2, 3, and 4, which I was not here for. I did vote for the one item that starts on page 5, which is the motion for the remaining 21 agreements, 1 abstract, 5 contracts. So the ones previous to that, I wasn't here for. And so that one that starts on page 5 is where I was coming into the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll vote. Oh, Dr. Joyner?
I just wanted to make sure that everyone submit in writing those additions so that they can be corrected. And I'm just wondering, does it make sense for us to vote on it until that's done?
I'm
asking.
I would suggest that we don't. It makes it
Yeah,
easier.
I would agree. I would agree. I would agree.
Yeah.
I would agree. I would agree that because we want to make sure that we have everything in front of us. Because 100 years from now, we want to make sure that the record is accurate.
100 years from now, okay. Okay, so withdraw the motion?
Yes.
Point of order, Madam President.
Mr. Bolton?
I would like to apologize to you. I did find the email that you sent last Tuesday regarding the parents group. So I will follow up with that.
No problem, thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to the next item. Personnel report, Dr. Tracy.
Thank you, President Rivera. Good evening, board and members of the public. In my personnel report today, I think Darnell will be happy. We have 8 new teachers, 8 new teachers, 1 resignation and 1 retirement. So that's a good thing. It seems like it's coming up. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So and on this personnel report, I also want to talk about this promotional appointment of Ms. Michelle Bonanno, who is moving from coordinator of magnet schools to supervisor of magnet school and grant programs. This is significant. A lot of my staff is burdened. We have a lot of grants coming into New Haven. A lot of staff members burdened with a lot of grants. They have to write and they also have to manage. And so we believe that making this, Michelle is very competent, as you have heard and seen her in the past couple of years. And to kind of put some more life into what is going on, this grants section is going to be a huge undertaking for her, but we do need it. We need to have this part so that she's able to get an understanding of these grants, write these grants, manage these grants. It's going to be a huge task, and the best person we have on staff right now to do something like that would be Miss Banana. So we are promoting her to supervisor of magnet and grant programs. I ask that you accept my personal report.
Thank you, Dr. Tracy. Mr. Wilcox?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion, and that is I move that we approve the action items of the superintendent's personnel report.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Colton, any discussion? Mayor Elicker?
Yeah, just real quick. There's a number of individuals retiring. I wanted to thank them for their service, but in particular, Ms. Marlene Pratt has had a huge impact on the city and has been very involved in Botanical Garden of Healing, among other things. I wanted to thank her, and I know that Dr. Joyner's son is retiring as well, and I wanted to thank him for his service. Thank you.
I know we're just dealing with the action items right now. The retirement.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tracy.
I'll be sneaking in somewhere.
Mr. Goldstein?
Madam President, did you mean thank you, Chairman Tracy, Dr. Tracy?
Chairman.
I just have two very quick questions. Absolutely think Michelle, her whole family are terrific, good workers. No doubt about it. I absolutely support that. But I'm wondering about the position that she's leaving. Are we just renaming her position, or is that coordinator of magnet schools assistant still a position that we have to fill? That's the first question I have.
Oh.
So it no longer exists.
No, we don't have to fill that position. That was when those 5-year magnet grants were being written, and those grants are sunsetting right now too.
Okay.
No.
All right. The second question I have is, I know most time titles kind of explain what they are, but I don't want to assume. So could you tell me what post-retirement reappointment means?
That means these people have already retired from the system and are coming back to serve us at least for a year. By state law, a teacher who has retired can come back and serve 2 years. We're an Alliance School District, so that is permitted. So they can come back to serve us for at least 2 years without being penalized.
That's it for me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Joyner?
I wanted to know the right time for me to say something about the people retiring. So I guess I was in the same position.
We were in the next one.
Okay.
Probably after we vote.
I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, we'll go to the action items on Dr. Tracy's personnel report. Dr. Benitez?
Yes.
Mr. Golds?
Yes.
Dr. Yarborough?
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox?
Yes.
Dr. Joyner?
Yes.
Mayor Elicker?
Yeah.
And I am a yes as well, and so that motion passes.
So just quickly, thank you, Madam President. May I just invite Michelle to just say thank you for just a few seconds with Michelle. Michelle, are you there? Or she may be tending to her little one.
Go up now.
She's okay.
Well, I'm here. So I just want to say thank you to the board and Dr. Tracy for this opportunity. It is my privilege to serve the community that I grew up in, graduated from, and with my husband and currently raising 3 small children in. I want to thank, so in my time in New Haven, I have been privileged to get to know some of the best teachers and administrators. I want to take a moment to thank my mentors, Cheryl Brown, Kim Johnsky, Ed Lenahan, Debbie Breland, for their continued support and guidance throughout my time in New Haven. And to my partner, I would say my partner in crime, but just my partner for tonight, Markwell Middleton, for his continued collaboration and partnership. I enjoy working with him every single day. And lastly, for the support and love of my family, Mr. Goldson, I just want to say thank you. I think that your words were a testament to my hardworking parents and what they instilled in me and my sisters. So I thank you for that. So I look forward to my continued partnership and collaboration with the board as we move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Tracy, your other.
So, yes, so you have to vote on this for me to move on to the other one.
We voted on
We already
it.
voted, yeah.
You already voted?
Yeah,
I
we
must
get-
be
we're-
sleeping. I
No,
must be
we're
sleeping.
getting punchy. This is.
I must be sleeping. Okay.
That's why you invited
Okay.
Fernando, remember?
Right, right.
Okay, so on the information only sheet, we have some retirements. We have Miss Maureen Pratt from Hill Regional Career High School. We have some non-instructional retirement. We have Clementine Johnson, Edward Joyner II, Betty Mays. All of these people I have known for a long time. Betty Mays is a sad situation I won't explain publicly, but to board members who may ask, I will explain. And she is really a trooper and working through her challenges, health challenges right now. We pray for her. Edward has been working as a youth development coordinator for a long time in New Haven Public Schools and has chosen to retire at this time. We have Diana Granada, library media specialist, when she's resigning. So what we have, the retirees have been working for a long time in New Haven Public Schools. And when someone retires, you know that it's not an easy job to fill their positions. And so we want to give kudos to those who have served New Haven for so many years, and we wish them well. That's all I'll say.
Thank you, Dr. Tracy. Dr. Benitez and then Dr. Joyner.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to congratulate those of you who are retiring. I know that this is a hard decision. We love this district so much. We don't want to leave it. But I want to personally say to Betty Mays, who I call Betsy, thank you, thank you, thank you. In the most turbulent time in my professional life, she was my right hand. And we are going to miss Betsy in New Haven Public Schools, someone who understood what grants were about for bilingual children and how to support the teachers, the coaches, and the administrators above all. And so I know it's going to be a great loss to our district, but I'm sure the other people in the department will take on that job. But thank you, Betsy Mays, for your hard work and your support to all our children, our parents, and our staff members.
Thank you, Dr. Benitez. Dr. Joyner.
I actually, I'm sorry that any of these folks are retiring, but I understand. There are some serious health issues, and sometimes you have to take care of yourself. I'd like to especially address Marlene Pratt, because I know Marlene since she was a high school scholar and track star at Hill House High School. She's actually probably one of the best track athletes we've ever had. and her sisters and brothers are people that have been helping this community for as long as I can remember. Mayor Elka is going to probably have more to say because of her work with him. But her work as a reading teacher in the high schools, and we certainly need more people in the high schools for that, is legendary. And her work as a mother in this community, when she unfortunately lost her son, is legendary and of national prominence. And she's that phenomenal woman that Maya Angelou wrote about, who is more bothered by the suffering of others than she is by her own suffering. And she and those other women that I know that helped create the bereavement garden, we just need more people like that. We need people like that in our schools. We need people like that helping us with attendance. We need people like that working with young people, because they understand what's going on in schools. And they don't propose simple solutions for complex problems. And they're in it to win it. They're in it from the beginning to the end. And I can't say enough about Marlene. She was wonderful as a student. She's wonderful as a mother, as a wife. She recently lost her husband. And if any of you have ever listened to the melodious sounds of Blue Magic, he was the baritone in the group. And in tribute to her, I hope she'll stick around. I know she has a home in North Carolina. I hope she'll stick around, because people like that can help us a lot as we wrestle with problems that we've never faced before. And I'm sad that she's leaving, because she's irreplaceable. There are some people you can't replace. And you want to try to get as many people lined up as possible, but she has done the work of multiple people. And her resiliency and her courage and fearlessness. She's been a teacher, a detective, a humanitarian. She's done it all. And she's one of our kids. She's a Hill House graduate. And I'm so proud of her, and I'm hoping that she can find some peace, and that she'll stick around to help us out a little bit more as well. That's selfish on my part, but I hope she does. And if Marlene, if you listen, we love you dearly, and we need to figure out a way to recognize you in a more powerful way. And I know that my mayor will join me in doing that recognition, and board president and superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. And we'll move on to discussion and possible action, proposed governance schedule. Is that going to be Dr. Benitez or Dr. Prince?
I think is
Dr. Benitez.
Dr. Benitez.
So sorry.
Okay.
I blanked out for a moment here. I cannot find the agenda in front of me. Please bear with me. Oh dear. Okay, you are on action item. Okay, sorry. So one of the things that we submitted for your approval is we are proposing to change the meeting dates to Mondays. Part of it has to do with supporting the staff members who support my work, and I want to make sure that they are they're able to take care of all the responsibilities they have that will conflict on our Tuesday meetings. So we want to change it to Mondays at 4:30, not conflicting with other committee meetings. And should I do one at a time?
Sure.
Okay. I think I saw someone raising a hand, but I don't see any hands.
Mr. Gold said no virtual hands. He just raised his hand. Go ahead, Mr. Goldson.
You said you were moving your meetings to Mondays?
Oh, yes. To the Monday of the board meetings is what I meant. I'm so sorry.
Oh, so your meeting would happen an hour before the board
So
meeting
that
starts.
way, yes,
Okay.
I'm trying to accommodate everyone who's part of the work.
Okay. Okay, so are you making a motion to?
Do I make the motion or does someone else have to make it?
You can, you're a board member.
Oh, right. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know. If
okay.
I'm presenting, if I make it, I understand now. So I'm making a motion to
approve the
to accept the proposed new 2023-2024 governance schedule. Governance committee schedule.
Seconded by Dr. Yarborough. Any discussion? Dr. Joyner?
I'm just concerned. Do you think you'll be rushed if you're gonna have it on the same day as the board meeting?
Will be, but, oh, sorry, I didn't know I was.
So no, I don't think so. Our meetings are pretty on the spot. We follow our agenda and quickly do what we have to do. We don't jam pack it. Now that can change, but we're gonna try it. We think we can do it. If anything, we can move it earlier than the time we have allotted, but we think we can do it. We have been able to do it so far.
Right. The next question I have is that, do you feel like you're gonna be punchy at the board meeting? Are you gonna have the stamina? Because I think we tried it this way before, and you kind of run out of gas after a certain point. So I don't know. I'm just raising this. I'm supporting you, but I'm just raising questions.
I understand. I run out of gas regardless, but no, no. I think it would actually make me be more ready. Like, you know how when you get the oil going,
yeah,
and it really makes you. I'm one of those people who is a night person, so starting earlier than the board meeting might help me get ready for the board meeting.
Okay.
I'm gonna try it, and if I can't do it, then I'll scream special meeting or something like that. I'll talk to all of you, but I'm gonna try this.
I'm 100% behind you.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Any other discussion around that item? Okay. So we will vote on the proposed new 2023-24 governance schedule. Dr. Benitez?
Yes.
Mr. Goldson?
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox?
Yes.
Dr. Joyner?
Yes.
Dr. Yarborough?
Yes.
Mayor Elicker?
Yes.
And I am a yes as well, and so that motion passes. Next item. Requirements.
Yes. Next item is and looking for the actual written document. The next item has to do with homeless students, and you should all have it in your packet. And Mr. Golson is going to ask me about the P5118.1A and the B and the C. I'm sorry. But
Point of order, Madam President.
Point of order. I'm being
Dr.
punchy
Benitez.
now.
No.
Punchy now. No. Seriously.
No. I thought that was funny, actually. But that's not on the agenda for approval.
Yeah, well, this is, if you go to the actual item, this is, this part of, oh,
Oh, it's not.
no, it's
the
not.
first-
Oh, my
it's the first
God.
reading way back, way in the back.
It's the first reading for homeless students. I need help, Miss Jackson. Is Miss Jackson on the call? Because
Point of order, Madam President, I don't think we're at that item yet. That's way back a number,
oh,
number
Dr.
like
Benitez, I'm
18.
you
here.
are right. I'm sorry. This is no, I'm so sorry. I don't know what's going on with me tonight. Okay, so I think it was the executive session was long. Okay, so we are at the point where we are approving. I am making a motion to approve the changes we made to the requirements for graduation. If we have any questions about that, I need Dr. White to help with that. But if we are all clear about it and we can vote, then I can make the motion. So again, I'm making a motion to approve the new
Special graduation requirements.
Graduation requirements, 2020.
Virtual Learning Academy.
right.
Okay, is there a second? Wait.
Second.
Not the Virtual Learning Academy.
Oh, no, it's a special
Not
graduation.
the
No.
virtual, it's a special graduation requirements 2020,
Right.
correct?
Second.
But
That's all.
that's, but
Dr.
isn't that,
Seconded. Any discussion, Dr. Tracy?
I thought that was what is in the packet, isn't it, Dr. White?
This is what should be in your packet. This is what we were discussing, was that this was just a small modification to the New Haven diploma that was passed last year. This was just keeping it in line with the state's updated requirement. This still
Okay,
is
all
the New
right.
Haven special, but again, just keeps us in line with the state.
Right,
And this is as a result of what's happened to students while we were in COVID mode.
Right.
Just to make sure we kept our students, that we
Okay,
supported
got
our
it.
students so that they could graduate with
Hmm.
with the requirements that are given to us by the state. We did not change anything that is not to par with the state.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Benitez and Dr. White. Mr. Bolton?
Thank you, Madam President. I know every year we pass something related to graduation requirements. I honestly did not read this, get a chance to read this one. I assumed it was like the same stuff that we do every year. I just have one question. Will this negatively impact any of our students? Will students not be able to make the requirements because?
This is actually supporting our students, making able to cross the finish line with the 25 credits, based on, again, taking into account the concern of COVID years.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton. Dr. Joyner?
It followed the best process possible because it was also discussing teaching and learning. So we're using the committee process to try to get most of this work done. And it may seem like a small feat on the face of it, but this is a pretty complex, ongoing and enduring challenge for us that sometimes the public does not get. And I don't know how we can communicate to our public audience the complexity of this work and the fact that it's done by volunteers. But this is pretty serious work, and it can make the difference between a kid being able to know what's required and do it, and confusion. So we're trying to clear up all these policies, and I think we're doing it the right way. Thank you, Dr. Benitez.
Oh, you're welcome.
And Dr. White, you know, for the behind the scenes work.
We do need to vote on this, correct?
Mhm.
Yes, So seeing no further discussion, we'll vote on the special graduation requirements 2023.
And the motion was made and seconded, is that correct?
Right.
Yes, Dr. Yarborough seconded. Dr. Joyner?
Yes.
Lucas?
Yes.
Dr. Yarborough?
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox?
Yes.
Mr. Goldson?
I normally don't vote on items I haven't actually read, but I'm gonna vote yes on this.
Okay. Mayor Elicker?
Yes.
Mayor Elicker?
Yes.
He gets 2 votes?
I am a yes as well. Just the one. I am a yes as well, and so that motion passes.
I'm a yes as well.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wilcox. I have you as a yes.
That's
I
because
just
the mayor
wanted-
stole his
I just
vote.
wanted to say something. This is, we are way out of order, but I just wanted to say that the one challenge about governance is that I have to be an expert on everything. And I certainly am learning about being a board member. So there'll be, hopefully we won't have that many meetings like tonight.
No, it's perfectly fine. We'll guide you through the process. I'm still learning too.
I'm hoping we'll have more meetings like tonight because the goodwill is just overflowing.
Yeah, right? Okay, finance operations, Mr. Wilcox.
All right, thank you very much. So we have in front of us several agreements and purchase orders. If anybody needed anything moved separately, please let me know. And not hearing anything, I am going to make a motion, and that is I move that we approve the 17 agreements and 6 purchase orders that are listed as action items.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox.
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Yarborough. Any discussion? Mr. Goldson? You're muted, Mr. Goldson.
I just have one question and one comment. My question is, there was an item on the agenda once before that had us making a recommendation to approve an agreement with ourselves. I wonder if we ever dealt with that. Did I miss that? I didn't see it on this agenda. Maybe it was on the last agenda. I didn't notice it. And my comment is, I am a little concerned about, I'm going to vote for these items, but I'm a little concerned about what metrics we will use to determine whether they were successful in reaching our students and making a difference. And will those metrics eventually be reported to the board? Because we're spending a lot of money on these programs with these outside organizations to help improve attendance and working with at-risk kids who are already not coming to school. So I don't know how they get to these after-school programs when they're not coming to regular school. So I hope that there's some sort of metrics that we're going to use to measure this. So if it's successful, we can do it again. And if it's not, we figure out a better way to spend our money. But I'd like to also get an answer if possible related to that agreement that we had passed over or tabled or sent back to committee. I can't remember what we did.
Yeah, if I may, as answer to that, we did discuss it again last week, and at this point, Attorney Alexiadis is looking at what the right instrument would be to whether it be we approve a memo or whether we already have through our regular processes where we will not have to specifically approve that. But that was an agreement to ourselves, and that was for the school readiness slots. So I guess the status of that is it's still with finance and operations. And then as just a comment on the second item, or the second thing Mr. Goldson brought up, we did have a really great discussion about many things related to I believe you're referring to the several items here where we're going to be using some community partners that are going to be doing outreach to kids that are tier 4 and 5, extremely absent and super extremely absent, that we're going to be using them to also do some case management, reaching out to those students Gemma Joseph Lumpkin did provide information as to how they're going to be evaluating that. There's also some background information that was presented in the meeting, which is also posted on the F&O website there, that kind of provides how this fits into the other absenteeism related activities of her group. But agreed, it has to be evaluated.
Thank you. I'm not asking for any particulars. I just wanted to make sure that we are doing something and that eventually will be reported back to us what we did do around evaluating. I mean, because some of these proposals were very specific. They were like, we're going to work with 100 kids. I want to make sure that they worked with 100 kids. If they only worked with 50, then we figure out what we do in the future on that. Thank you.
Agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Golson. Mr. Wilcox, Dr. Joyner?
I think one of the things we have to do, and I'll go into greater detail when I give the TL report, is that we have to distinguish between what these vendors did as after-school programs and what they will do as people that are going to help us with attendance. And you're absolutely right. We have to have a very specific way of evaluating the impact of the program with baseline data, formative data, and summative data. And I'll talk about that a little bit and TL, but I'm going to call a special meeting. I've already called one this month, and I'm going to call a special meeting hopefully before the end of February to be more detailed about how we will assess baseline, formative, and summative evaluation. And I'll talk about it more in TL. So I can move on from that, but you're absolutely right for wanting that, because we got to convince the public that we're using their dollars effectively. And if it's not happening, and quite frankly, we're in a better position now than we've ever been, because if you remember, when we first got on the board, we had people that didn't even take attendance. And we found out that some of them were billing us for 50 people when they only saw 2. And in some cases, billing us for people they never saw. So we're gonna clean that up.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. Seeing no discussion, we'll vote to approve the F&O items. Mr. Wilcox?
Yes.
Dr. Joyner?
Yes.
Dr. Benitez?
Yes.
Dr. Yarborough?
Yes.
Mr. Golson?
Yes.
Mayor Elicker?
Yes.
And I am a yes as well, and so that item passes. Teaching and learning report, Dr. Joyner?
Okay, I want to talk about several things that we've been working on. I'd like to thank in advance Dr. Benitez and Ms. Keisha Red Hannings and the other staff for the work we've done thus far. The first thing I want to talk about is management information systems. Unfortunately, we have never had, and it's no offense directly to anybody, we have never had what I believe is a necessary management information system to be able to generate information about what we're doing specifically with students. And we've actually only had one person, and we're going to need personnel, hardware, and software. And I'll use a medical analogy. One of the best things that ever happened in medicine was data records management, where you could keep track of patients, when you saw them, what you treated them for, and also use lab results to see whether or not there was progress or regression. And having served as a professor at the medical school for nearly 20 years, I believe that we're going to have to invest money into creating a state-of-the-art management information system that's linked with the city. Because on the city side, we have the youth services, we have the health department, all those things infringe on the well-being of students and families. So everybody here probably knows that we have something in medicine called MyChart, which means that if you download the app, you can know what your visits have been, the medication you're on, and so on and so forth. We need to have that equivalent in our school system. But it also has to be melded with city data records, because on the city side, someone like Gwen Bush has a lot of contact with students throughout the year and during the summer. We need to know who those kids are, what kind of services they're receiving, and so that we don't have to duplicate services, but we can also see how all of our services provide an umbrella for the children that we're serving. We need to know on a regular basis who the families are coming into the system, where they're coming from, what languages they speak, because it's not just about language, it's also about culture. And so our diversity is an asset, it's also a challenge, because you have all these different cultural groups competing for services, and we have to offer those services. So we need that management information system. And my projection is that it's going to require more personnel, more hardware, and more software, and it has to be as user-friendly as possible, which means that we need to do an assessment of what we currently have, stuff like Power School, and I think Dr. Tracy can talk about a new software program that we're looking at, and then what do we have on the city side, and whether or not they are compatible and synergistic. That is so, so important, because knowledge is power, and we need to have that knowledge. The safety issue. Safety is an issue for the whole board. But all of those things have to be worked out through committee, because one, we need to be able to gather data that will talk about the state of safety or unsafety in our schools. And there are internal and external factors that influence how safe schools are. Whether or not we have a structure in place to keep people out that shouldn't be in, and whether or not we have a structure in place within the school to create a safe and orderly environment for every single person. It's about teachers, but it's also about administrators, it's about students, it's about paraprofessionals, it's about all the human beings that inhabit a school space. The first order of business is a safe and orderly environment. Cannot educate people in chaos. And let me give a chance to shout out Dr. Garris. It was Dr. Garris that said you can't educate an empty seat. Nobody else said that. It was in his dissertation. And it was Dr. Joyner that said you cannot educate an angry seat, because we need to get them in school, but we also need to get them in school understanding that in order to learn, you have to be orderly and self-regulated. You cannot educate anybody in chaos. So we want to work on that information. And if we're going to do that, we're going to have to know, we're going to have to gather data about the safety of everybody in the building. The emotional safety, the physical safety. One of my concerns is that we're having teachers and administrators and children physically harmed in our schools. And we're having people who are bent on bringing weapons into school. That if that was unique to New Haven, that would be one thing, but it's a national problem. And I keep using the example of a 6-year-old kid who brought a gun to school. And it looks like to me that every single adult that knew about that failed that child and that teacher. And I know that firsthand because my niece is the supervisor of special education in that cluster of schools. And I got all the information, but there are other cases right here in our own city where kids are bringing weapons, where kids are terrorizing other children in social media, and we don't control that. We don't control whether somebody's child has TikTok or any of that. And we're going to need parents to join hands with us. You know, if you can come to a public comment and talk about one issue, you can come and talk about how you can be helpful to us so that we can create more safe environments on the school bus, in the classroom, in the cafeteria, extracurricular activities, and so on and so forth. So safety is something that we're going to have to put at the top of the agenda. And every committee will have to deal with it. TL has to look at what the challenge is and what the policy would be. And we have to give that to governance so that they can work that out. And then finance has to figure out how to pay for it. So the way this board has been working over the last couple of years is really good, because we should work all these issues out in committee and in consultation with the broader community, school planning and management teams, union groups, other organizations in the community that are interested in solutions for education rather than simply bringing problems. And then, of course, it allows us to then see the connection between all these factors and student achievement. So we're going to have to, as a board, develop a way of financing a robust state-of-the-art management information system connected to the city and the state. And we're going to have to put safety at the top of the agenda, because you cannot, again, I've been in schools last week, and I was so impressed with the young men, 7th, 8th grade boys at Sheridan. They were so respectful and orderly, but that's because Cedric Robinson and Sean Harder were there. But I could have done that by myself. But the bottom line is that they had people of presence in the room, and they know how to act. And they're familiar with me because I started working with them when they were 4th graders. So that kind of thing. All of this is mediated by trust. Trust is a two-way street. People talk about they don't trust the system. Well, there are people in the system that don't trust the people that don't trust the system. And we're going to have to come to some resolution. And I'm assuming that everybody I work with wants the same thing I want, but maybe have different ways of getting there. I'm not motivated by insults, threats, any of that stuff. Like, what motivates me is, 1, do you have a track record that says that you can do this stuff? 2, do you really want to understand the complexity of what we're dealing with? Or do you simply want to come in and have it your way? You can't even do that at Burger King. You can have a hamburger in way, but you can't get other stuff there. You can't get linguine and white clam sauce because they don't sell that. So we need to try to have a more open mind about what's going on in the system. We need to assume that most people are reasonable, but there's some are not. And we also need to understand the limitations of this institution to deal with all the problems in society. We don't control whether or not you send your child to school. We don't control whether or not you send your child to school with the attitude that you are to be respectful and to learn, and any problems that you find, you let your parents know about it. But you should respect people, and people should respect you. And unless we can come to some common ground about that, then we're going to keep on getting what we've been getting: chaos, mistrust, hostility. And then there are some people who think they have all the answers when they don't even have all the questions. And so that's really important. I think I can say that because I have been a high school teacher. I have been a high school assistant principal. I have grandchildren, great nieces, great nieces in the system. I love this community. I didn't just get here. I have relatives that speak Spanish, Italian, English, dialect, Haitian Creole. So I would invite anybody to challenge my commitment and knowledge base regarding education here and any place else in this country. And so I almost wish that we would recognize that, as well as to respect the right of each institution and each department to do their very best to help the kids in this community. And to respect the fact that you have people that volunteer 20+ hours per week to do this. They don't ask for pay. They don't ask for gas. They don't ask for cartridges to print stuff at home. And I'm afraid that we live in a time when it's like the song that Janet Jackson made, "What have you done for me lately?" And I'll be honest with you, this is off task, but I'm giving all I can give. That's all I can give. I'm giving you everything I can give you. And I believe that my fellow board members are doing the same. I believe that our teachers are doing it. I believe that parents are doing it. There are some children who don't listen to their parents. If you don't listen to parents, how are you going to listen to a teacher? I believe that every parent in this city wants the best for their kids. The question is, as a kid gets older, do you want the best for yourself? That's what I told those 7th and 8th grade boys at Sheridan. I said, that person you see every morning in the mirror will be the person that will determine your destiny. Your mother can help you, your father can help you, but you have to help you. So please, let us use these structures and these processes to make a difference. Let's stop assuming that people don't want the same things you want. Let's stop using language that's demeaning and disrespectful. And let's not assume that you're the only person in the world that cares. It doesn't feel good, and it saps energy, because that's the way of the world. Earth, wind, and fire. I conclude my report.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. Questions or comments for Dr. Joyner? Okay, moving on to Facilities Naming Committee, Dr. Joyner.
I think we're going along pretty well. We just have to, in the case of the Dr. Garris thing, we have to appoint people, and they can get their work going. I need to get the policy out to everybody. I think I have sent it out, but they probably need a checklist that will give them steps 1 through whatever that will allow that to come to a conclusion.
Okay. Okay. Questions or comments for Dr. Joyner on that? Okay, moving on to Superintendent's report, Dr. Tracy.
Thank you, Madam President and Board. At this stage, after waking up 2 o'clock, my energy is about waning. So I have put in the board's packet a report. I know last time Mr. Goldson said, write your report down. So, Mr. Goldson, don't know if you have the energy to listen to all my reports this evening, but I did write it down. I give updates when it's necessary. We have come to the end already of second marking period, and we have some preliminary information. They're still inputting some data. So in terms of literacy and math, we're not able to give the full data. We call it preliminary report, but I'll get to that. Let me say, this is Black History Month. Black History Month, my month, and I'm proud of Black history. So here I will say, hold fast to dreams. For if dreams die, life is a broken-winged bird that cannot fly. Hold fast to dreams. For if dreams go, life is a broken-winged bird that cannot, no, if dreams go, life is a broken-winged bird that cannot fly. Did I say that right, Doc?
You did.
And Scarborough says no.
Oh, you did.
Life is a broken, and hold fast to dreams, because if dreams go, life is a frozen field.
She was improvising.
I was, not saying the whole thing. So, and that's Langston Hughes.
Right.
That's Langston Hughes. And I'm a firm believer in the words he said. I used to teach it to my kids, and we used to analyze the poetry, go through line by line and talk about inferences we can gain from what is said, et cetera, et cetera. So I want to say to this board, we're going to hold fast to dreams for what will happen in New Haven Public Schools. There are a lot of great things happening in New Haven Public Schools, but yet, as we listen to some folks in the media, it seemed like we're being defined by a single test score. And I say, defining the school system by a single test score is like defining the church by the sins of the people, or define a family for what one child does. No one is going anywhere in life and are asked to, what was your test scores? I certainly was never asked that. My students will not be defined by test scores. My teachers will not be defined by test scores. You see, I've had the privilege of working in an institution, in a university institution, where I worked with incoming freshmen and later graduate students, where SAT scores for these freshmen was very low. Their grades from their sending high schools were very low. But Jim Barber, someone I respect very well, came up with a program and said, listen, we can't afford for these things to define our kids. Came up with a program, gave a second chance. We have administrators, teachers, and others in New Haven Public Schools as a result of this program, lawyers, doctors, judges, whatever. So I have faith in my students, and I dream the dream that they will succeed, because success is not measured in test scores. Success is about character. I'm going to say that again. Success is about character. And I may say that we have to make sure that the children we are raising, that they're kind, they're honest, they're compassionate, trustworthy, resilient, and they can persevere in hardships. We have to make sure they get a well-rounded development, because true education is a harmonious development of the whole child. And if you are familiar with Comer, that's what they push, a whole child. And 3 institutions can help with that: the church, the home, and the school. Where there's breakdown in one, everything starts falling apart. But it needs all these 3-legged pieces to make sure that we are producing children who are going to be the movers and shakers of tomorrow, who are ethical, kind, and resilient. What's the sense in me owning a mansion and have my nice cars driving when I'm dishonest? I'm a liar, I'm a murderer, I'm a thief. What's the sense of having those things? That's not success. We have to guide our children to show that it's not in material things that success is had. Look at the folks in Turkey right now with almost 36,000 who have lost their lives. They've lost their homes, their cars, children, families. So what is success? In the 80s, New Haven Public Schools invested in basal programs. We taught phonics. I know when I was in the classroom, we had the controlled readers. My parents, my children knew where they were going because we could hold up this book and say, when you're finished with this book, you have made it to the grade level that we expected you to be. We were able to say to parents, your child is reading at a frustrational level. Your child is at an instructional level, and this is what he or she needs to do, or your child is at an independent reading level based on that grade level. We've gone through several programs, Mondo, Letter People, all kinds of things we've gone through. And when the test scores did not come out, guess what? We throw the programs out because we say it was programs. I'm here to tell this board, although we're going to invest in an upcoming program that postulates the science of reading, we need to make sure that we're not seeing this as a panacea for success for New Haven Public Schools. I won't be here in the next 3 or 4 months, but I'll be on the side watching, because New Haven has been my home for 39 years. So I'll be watching. Please, let's not put our whole energy into thinking that a program can make us a better place, or make better students or better teachers. The research has already shown that the single most important factor for student achievement is this teacher, followed by the administrator, and then I'll throw in the parent at that piece. Without that, we're not going to see much of any difference. I also challenge that anyone who wants to get a hold of an IAB, which is interim assessment block test, we can share it, and let me see if we call ourselves great readers after that. Even folks who have had their degrees, and Dr. Benitez knows what I'm talking about. These children are up to a lot. A lot is expected of them. A 3rd grader has to understand the computer tools, how to drag information from one section of the computer to the other, and what to do with drop-down box. I mean, they have to learn all those things in order to handle a test. So I'm asking, the public and everyone, please do not define my children or my school system by a single test score. All right, so I want to go through and share some of the things that we have done. New Haven has, public schools has, we have 4 areas, we call it TACO. TACO for short, acronym talent. The A is academics. The C is culture and climate. And the O is operation. When we write several of our grants, we have to address those 4 major areas, in particular our Alliance grant that we wrote. In collaboration with the state of Connecticut, we have 42 para educators who will graduate with degrees to be teachers. That's part of our grow our own strategy. And that's significant. That is significant. And I don't see where the media picks this up or interviewing any of these folks, but this is significant. We have these people on our hand. That was a vision I had when we saw what the pandemic was doing to our kids, and I'm excited. Through the Relay Partnership, we have about 10 more graduates or so to come into New Haven Public Schools. The Human Resource Department, we're starting a few new projects to help attract teachers. We have District Career Fair coming up, March 28th at 4 to 7 p.m. at Fairhaven School. Our new person in HR department is doing a phenomenal job in working through and helping to do a lot of recruitment, Miss Sarah Diggs, and we welcome her to our team for the great work she's doing. We have an employee referral program, multiple recruitment fairs. We have alternate route to certification, which we call DSAP, but that's only for people who already have a degree. They have to have a degree in order to be in a program. And folks are talking, but we have to follow state guidelines as a board. And as a superintendent, I'm going to follow that to the T. There's no creativity in becoming a teacher. You have to have the degree based on the state guidelines. And then if you have a degree in any field or certain fields and you're willing to get into a program, you can be DSAP'd, but you have to show you're in a program. If you're not in that program, they have to drop whatever emergency license was given to you. Professional development is a hallmark of any true school, good school system. We have an upcoming leadership academy where teachers who have O92 certification, they can be a part of this academy. It doesn't mean they're going to get a job because we have to have the jobs available, but we have 82 applicants and 30 accepted on a first come, first served basis through Ms. Edith Johnson. We have cognitive coaching going on with district administrators. We have superintendent principal AP meetings every month, twice per month, one with superintendents, with all supervisors, and one with principal, one with AP. We have learning academies going on with several pathways for the different content areas. Masterclass for science of reading with the state and CAPS. Teacher shortages continue to be a challenge for us. We hired 154 teachers and we lost 141, do the math, to resignations and 15 to retirement. Currently, 117 classroom teachers are needed. That's vacancies for us. Overall vacancies for the entire district for all staff stands at 248. Human resources now better staffed than it was. We have about 11 workers, Lisa can correct me. And I will be asking the board to help us to hire a labor lawyer so we can save a lot in legal expenses. When we had Will Clark in the past, he was COO, but he was also a labor lawyer. And so he used to save the system a ton of money by taking on some of these cases. I think it's needed because we're having a lot of complaints and litigation coming into the system. So we need some person like that with that level of expertise. Academics, the A in TACO. Great things are happening. Virtual Learning Academy which we refer to as Twilight School, is launched, and information is in your packet. School quality, and I spelled school wrong, school quality review is being conducted by our principal supervisors, which means they go into schools with other principals and they're observing and giving feedback on instructional quality that they see. Reading pilot is going on in K3. Science and math pilot is going on in 6-8. Commission network and collaboration with academics. What the board needs to know that every quarter we meet with State Department folks. They look at the goals, they give feedback, they look at impact, they give feedback, and we do that every quarter with them. ESOL program pilot for 6-8 is in progress also. And when you pilot something, it's going to take a while to see any effect of that piloting. So don't expect that when we start a reading program or math program, you're going to see results like right away. But I'm happy to report that results preliminary from math is showing that the median typical growth would be 55%. We surpassed the mid-year expectation of 50% growth with our typical growth at 55%. So our students are learning and they will demonstrate their learning in varied ways. We expanded work-based learning opportunities for students through Ready Connecticut and Yale New Haven Hospital. Access to early college. I put in your packet the schools that have the different CTE courses offered to students and dual enrollment. New Haven is doing a lot, but I don't think we toot our own horns very well. Sadler Academy for extra support for literacy and math and enrichment opportunities going on. Eli Whitney Partnership for industry certifications. Currently administering last links for bilingual learners. Manufacturing and health pathways implementation going on. District Arts Education Partnership to gain digital literacy, coding, and website design is going on. We, in early childhood, purchase curriculum materials and assessment and work with teachers to make sure they have a common report card for early childhood. 17 sites have gone through NIAC accreditation and are meeting expectations. 2 more schools to go. So we have 15 that have gotten good results and 2 more to go. Collaborative work with the mayor for bioscience initiative for the new biotech building at 101 College Street. That's a big deal. That's a big thing. That's an investment that the mayor and his team have involved us in, and it's coming to fruition. And that's a great opportunity for the students of New Haven. We have had Head Start reviews that have gone well, which is a good thing. The C, culture and climate. My daily visits to school, I see staff engaged with their students. I see a lot of student engagement. Yes, we have some students who are dysregulated, but not all our students are dysregulated. Can you imagine a principal having a school where every student is dysregulated? That principal would have to run out and leave that school and said, I'm done with this. But I am happy that many of our students are compliant students. They're working with us, but we have the few who are dysregulated, and it makes it seem that the whole district is in chaos. And it's not true. It's not true. I'm here to say that to you, it's not true. Because I've been in those schools every single day, making my rounds every single day. Our schools are supporting our young people in ways that would take too long for me to articulate. My teachers and administrators are the doctors, the counselors, the social workers, the caregivers, and their work needs to be respected and celebrated. It's not easy to be an educator in these times, not easy. I want to thank all the educators who have stayed and all the new ones who have decided to make New Haven Public Schools their place of work. Kudos to all of them. It can be demoralizing when our system is called a failure due to a single test score or for chronic absenteeism. Imagine how this makes our students and staff feel. I saw some great work displayed. We were going to have a couple of principals say some great things happening. I know they've had a long day, so I've dismissed them, and they will come back another time to do that. Attendance initiative is going on, and I want to thank Gemma Joseph Lumpkin for the work she's doing with her team. to get our students out to school. What they're learning from these families is I would say heart-wrenching. Our families are going through a lot. Our families are going through a lot, and it does impact the students that we have. And so is another outreach there. We were able to decrease chronic absenteeism from 60.2% to 39.7%. Implementing explicit social skills, mental health support, those are going on. We have increased the number of behavioral specialists to support the needs of students. We're working on mental health first aid training going on. We created a mental health roundtable with principals. We created a district-wide multi-tier system of support for social, emotional, behavioral issues. There's a continuation of the day of hope and healing, and we added happiness. About time somebody gets happy. Applying the restorative practices within the district. We had some issues that we had with one school system and our school system with their sports, and our administrator, Eric, with help from the restorative justice group, sorry, I'm coughing, went and got the people together, got the young people together and restore and repair the harm without saying we're going to be done with all sports with this particular school system. No, they saw a way out. They saw that our young people, things happen, and we have to have that spirit of forgiveness and repair the harm. 100% of administrators have been trained in restorative practice, operational efficiency, or organization. Our legislative update, Bill HB 5003, an act concerning education funding in Connecticut. I want to thank the teachers union, powers, the mayor, my team, Keisha, Michelle, Bonanno, Pedro, who have collaborated and presented a united front in this legislative session. Thank you for your time and testimonies in person, via Zoom, and written testimonies. Thanks to Board Member Wilcox for his involvement in making his in-person testimony. I must say about Matt Wilcox, Matt is always there.
Yes.
Always there. And whenever you call on him, he is there. And I am very appreciative of that. So thanks to him for taking time to testify on our behalf. I also submitted my testimony because I was not able to go in person. For the past 4 years, from my interim status to now, we have closed large deficits here in New Haven Public Schools. This year, we are on track to do so again, which will make 4 years of closing the deficit. Thanks to Ms. Linda Hannons and her team for their scrutiny, professional eyes, and financial expertise. They are a team to reckon with. And Ms. Linda is looking, I can see she's saying, what I do? Finance and business, budget training has been done for 100% of principals. All grants that we received combined $204 million. Now, let me hold there for a moment. This did not come by happenstance. Our team, our members of our team have to write for these grants. They have to be approved in a system that's called EGMS system by state folks, and then they have to be awarded. We stand the chance of not getting them, but they've done such a good job at writing and explaining, and they have to go through grant revisions, and they have to manage the grants. First place I learned when Dr. Mayer was here, when I did the Alliance grant, that now you have to manage it. I said, what? I thought I was just doing you a favor and writing it, and now you write it, you manage it. So that's what my staff have been plagued with. So we were able to get $204 million. Now people are asking, where's the money? What have you spent the money on? They didn't help us to write these grants, but everybody's asking, where's the money? Sad. $56.3 million expended to date, but that is so because some of these grants are multi-year and do not include salaries, because salaries and benefits are pay as you go. So the numbers may be more. Some grants were recently received. So my grant writers, some of them aren't here. Kudos to you guys for keeping New Haven's public schools going. Losing these people would be, I'm not even sure what to say, but we can't afford to lose these people with that level of knowledge to get New Haven public school funding. Monthly communication with all supervisors about the spending of their grants. One thing Ms. Linda would say, you've got to spend it down. I need to draw it down, so we're constantly meeting with folks. Our 2023-2024 budget proposal is almost completed for presentation. And again, the hardworking finance team. I have huge concerns though, my board, about the state of things when the ESSER grant sunset. I have huge concerns. That is one of the reasons we did not want to go into any real deep initiative that could not be sustained. And that's what superintendents talk about. You start an initiative and in a couple of years, the money is gone. And then what happens? Can our general funds sustain that? So we try to stay away from those things. So therefore, what do? We invested in the following: summer schools, Saturday academies, professional development, investment in para-educators to gain their teaching certification, facilities, teacher and staff incentive pay, increase rate of pay before and after school program, chronic absenteeism support with community and staff, before and after school, computers and classroom library for schools and students. New Haven, for the first time, have a 2-to-1 ratio with computers for the students, which before they didn't even have. Everyone had to go computer lab in order to use a computer. Now, that's not so. Outdoor learning classrooms. Many schools have used the funds to invest in outdoor learning classrooms. iReadyMath, books and materials for training and program implementation cost millions of dollars. Science materials for K-5, a pilot going on, cost millions of dollars. Twilight School that we're launching. We have invested millions of dollars in extended day learning, etc. Pending investments, that HVAC system, we've put aside $13 million to update some of the HVAC systems in some of our schools. Not all, because those are expensive ventures. We have replaced broken doors and more doors to be invested in. Updating of wiring of our schools for internet services. New reading programs and assessments to be purchased. New science and math for middle and high school to be purchased. Challenges. Large and looming deficit when the grant fund sunset. Decline in magnet enrollment, which will mean decline in magnet funds, further exacerbating the general funds. And we're concerned about sustainability of any programs after the grants are depleted. Facilities. Mr. Tom Lamb's area. Facilities contract was renewed with a new provider, custodial contract, new provider, administrator's contract went through, teacher contract to be going through BOA tonight. Wilbur Cross doors have been replaced. If you go to Wilbur Cross, you'll see the new front door shining, replaced. Relocated early childhood office to Celentano. We no longer have lease on the 8th floor at 54 Meadow Street. We know we've been talking that for years, and we have moved people out of there. So it's an empty space up there on 8th floor of Meadow Street. All forms are now online for policies and payroll related to the business department. So they're digitizing a lot of things to make life a little easier for staff and for everyone. Safety and security. 41 safety and security manual for each school and district submission to the state. Kudos to Dr. Finley. That was a gargantuan task, but he worked with the principal, he worked with the city of New Haven staff, and he got it done. Security grant round 5 was just awarded. Continued effort related to upgrading of technology in the district. We're about to launch Decision Ed system-wide, which will help us to better harness and disaggregate data and having data in one place. And you hear Dr. Joyner talking about one system. We believe this would be a game changer for the system. We have seen it used in Meriden, and we believe it will be helpful for New Haven Public Schools. We are New Haven Public Schools strong, and we are proud of our system. We still have our challenges, but we are resilient and will demonstrate that this is the best urban school district ever. I am proud to be a part of it. Let us accentuate the positives about our system. We're looking for folks to join us who understand children's development, who understand the struggle of poverty, and who understand our children and are committed to working with them. Thanks to all of my staff who have made New Haven Public Schools their system to work in. I have 3.5, close to 4 more months leave. And no, Darnell, I'm not coasting. I'm working my tail off. I have 215 sick days that I could coast and say, whoa, but I am not that kind of person. I work to the last moment. I love this system, and I'm looking for this board to help accentuate positive things about the school district. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, Dr. Tracy. Let's see, hands up, Dr. Joyner, Ms. Fletcher.
Fleckler, is it Fleckler?
Fletcher.
Right. So I have to talk about what actually this meeting and what Dr. Tracy said within the context of Black history. If we could think back to when African Americans first had education, and the fact that children were running to school, and that families were putting their monies together to try to help pay teachers, and that oftentimes they had to figure out ways to rebuild schools that were burned down by the Klan, because the best way to keep a person a slave is to keep them ignorant and uneducated. And if our ancestors from this country, the Caribbean, South America, because African slaves were dispersed across the so-called New World, if they were to come back now and see the resources that we have for kids, they would be astounded that you have free lunch, you have free transportation, you have computers. If you break one, you can get another one. Probably can't get 3. You have free books, and you have teachers who are well educated and certified and motivated. And all of the students that I've taught in this community are astounded at how we don't seem to appreciate the resources that we have. I couldn't use my town's public library. It said Farmville Public Library. My parents paid taxes, and I couldn't use it. My great-great-grandfather was a soldier in the 37 Colored Regiment. He had to buy his own clothing and ammunition to help protect this country. My 4th great-grandfather was in that same regiment, and 3 great uncles, 3 third-grade uncles, and 1 4th-grade uncle. And so my family has been in this country since the late 1700s. And I've seen the opportunities that exist here that exist no place on the planet. It is an affront to the people who died and sacrificed. Blacks, whites, Jews, Latinos, latter-day Matt Wilcoxes, if you will, that died and sacrificed for us to be able to have schools, have cafeterias, restrooms. I didn't have a cafeteria in my school. And when they did put one in, I couldn't afford the lunch. It was a hot lunch, but I couldn't afford it. And so we have these opportunities, and the glass is really 3/4 full, because kids in this city can go to school on the New Haven Promise. We now have another, Yale has developed another opportunity for kids to go to schools all over the country, and scholarships, I had to borrow money, and I was an honor student. I had to borrow money to go to school. I had to work, I had to wash dishes and work in the cafeteria to stay in school. I had to clean the dorms, bathrooms. So I'm in a good space with the custodians for the contracts because I've been a custodian. And we have all these options and all these opportunities, and a small proportion of our population is squandering it. It doesn't matter that there are one or two people in the school that create discord. All it takes is one or two. All it takes is one. And so if we have failed, it is in providing a space for people who don't know how to act in the regular system so that the people in the regular system can learn in peace. And that the people that we find this space for can be helped to understand how their behavior is contributing to their own demise. So if we have any degree of respect and honor for the people who marched over the Pettus Bridge, for the Black and white martyrs in the movement, for a man who gave his life at 39 years old, that man could have had a mega church. He could have had a mega church. He could have been driving a nice car. He could have had a plane. He could have had all the best clothing and what have you. But he was almost impoverished when he died. And it certainly didn't help his family if you look at his children. And so I would think that in the spirit of celebrating this month of African-American Black history, that we would acknowledge the contributions of our ancestors. We were here at every time that America needed us, going all the way back to the American Revolution and to the most recent invasion of the halls of government. Because those Black cops, they were helping the same guy that was raising his fist to encourage the revolt and then ran like a, I'm not going to use the word, I'm not going to call his name. His initials are Jeff Hawley during that process. So let us honor that. And let us look within ourselves to see what we can do as a community to improve teaching and learning. We have free libraries, we have free books, we have all of that. Let's take advantage of it and let's do what, let's complete the journey that was started a long time ago. Thank you for giving me that opportunity to say that.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner, Ms. Fledgler, and then Mr. Golden.
Good evening, board. Dr. Tracy did a great job to highlighting the HR team, but I would be remiss if you didn't give us a few minutes to have Sarah Diggs, one of the greatest added additions to our team. She's doing an amazing job, and I think she can give us a kind of a brief overview of what we're doing and some of the things we have forthcoming. So if Dr. White can bring Sarah up and let her give an overview, because she waited 4 hours to speak. So I would love for her to share a little bit of what's going on with HR. Sarah?
I am here. Thank you, Lisa. I will be brief. It is 9:48 p.m., but I have been waiting for 4 hours, as I know you all have. And as I texted Lisa, I'm stubborn. I am here to talk about the good work we are doing, and I'm not going anywhere until I do so. So thank you. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things that we are doing, and just name that we are in deep collaboration and want to be in deep collaboration with everyone who is listening and serving as a panelist right now. So please do not hesitate to reach out if you have any thoughts, questions, concerns at any time about anything that we're sharing this evening. Real quick, few key highlights I want to share about recruitment. We have implemented a process to adequately identify and post vacancies in a timely manner. We've identified current recruitment practices and conducted a gap analysis specifically for diversity and shortage area recruitment. We've implemented the use of additional postings and sourcing platforms. We've established partnerships with Grand Canyon University to offer a low-cost bachelor's program to current employees. That's a part of our growing our own strategy. I think that that strategy really speaks to several of the concerns that were brought forth during public comment around the beloved Ms. B at Nathan Hale. And we deeply recognize and are so grateful for hearing from folks about her and her commitment to our students, and hope that we have learned a deep lesson here. In speaking with Miss B, last week, I spoke with her and also a few parents from Nathan Hale, and they were excited to hear about this new bachelor's partnership that we have. We're also partnering with Teach Connecticut to provide certification support services to current employees. And we launched a teacher interest survey. We had over 70 people respond to that survey, current employees who are interested in becoming teachers, and we will be developing individualized plans to support each and every one of them. And we're partnering with Teach for America and New Haven Promise to recruit current college sophomores and juniors to return to their city and teach after graduation. We've participated, I'm almost done, in 7 career fairs in the past few months. We are participating in the State Department's Increasing Educator Diversity Coaching Series, and soon we'll be participating in the Smithsonian Institute's STEM Education Summit about attracting and retaining diverse STEM teacher workforce. All of that is new work in addition to all of the things that we have already been doing. I want to highlight one data point that Dr. Tracy shared earlier. We have updated recruitment and retention data, as Dr. Tracy named, and you have this, I believe, in your board materials. We have hired since August 17th, 273 people. So I think we're doing an okay job when it comes to recruitment. However, 232 people have resigned from our district in that same period of time. So you all entrusted in me to be not just the coordinator of recruitment, but also the coordinator of retention. And so I just want to publicly name that I'm pretty confident that we have a significant retention challenge and that we are getting a hold of our recruitment challenge. So I'm excited to be partnering with a number of key people. We just formed a retention committee, and that committee is focused on identifying 2 strategies to implement next year that will increase the level of support that all employees in every role, administrators, teachers, paraprofessionals, part-time staff, all the level of support that everyone feels day to day in their roles, within a way to measure that impact as well. So thank you so much. I know that you've listened to a lot of folks speak this evening, but again, I am so deeply committed to our city and our children and our schools, and would not have felt good sleeping tonight if I wasn't able to share all of the good work that my colleagues are doing around recruitment and retention. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Are you hearing me?
I'm
We
still
hear you,
here.
Doc. Yeah.
Oh,
I
thank
can hear
you,
you, Dr.
Sarah.
Tracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, and thanks to the folks who have spoken. Thanks to my board for approving the needed positions, even though some people may not think they're needed, but we know what we feel here in the work. We have a huge system, very complex one, and a very ambiguous one. So thank you. It said, he who feels it knows it, and you have to walk in someone's shoes to know what's going on. So again, thanks, Sarah, and we will continue to work. Hold fast to dreams, everybody.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Ms. Diggs, Dr. Tracy. Mr. Goldson?
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to make 3 quick comments. One is, I don't know where Dr. Tracy got the cruise control from. Wasn't a comment that I made in the meeting, but I like to, I don't think she's on cruise control. 2, in terms of touting success, we in the press not picking it up, or the press not running with it. She has a communications expert that we added to the budget a year or 2 ago, and all I would say, you have a communications person on board. Get it done, you know. make sure that they're doing what they need to do. We can certainly help him with positive comments and so on. Because I love talking about the good things that we do in the district, but you guys have to pitch those stories, and I'm sure all of us will be supportive of helping to do that, but we haven't been asked to do it. And I don't know what you guys are doing around pitching those good stories. And third, I want to thank the staff for their presentation. And I know that she mentioned that you have a retention. You might be getting a handle on the recruitment, but there's a retention problem. Again, there was some discussion around that at the last meeting or meeting before that I can remember, around trying to figure out how to get staff that are leaving to participate in exit interviews. And I'm hoping that next time you guys report to us, you'll give us an update on what you're doing there. One of the suggestions was to bring in an outside independent firm that would keep the staff's personal information private, so that they didn't feel they would be retaliated on if they wanted to talk about some of the negatives that they saw in the system that may have pushed them to leave. I'm hopefully working on that. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Goldson. Okay, seeing no further discussion, we'll move on to the Head Start report. Mr. Wilcox.
These will be very brief. I'm just going to buzz through them. For Head Start, that meeting is this coming Thursday, so there is no report beyond that. For the citywide school building and committee report, that committee meeting was moved to Thursday, February 23rd, so there's no report for that. And as for finance and operations, there was a lot of great materials that were in the board packet and are posted on the FNO site. We had a great presentation from folks around an example for the from the Department of Multilingual Learner Programs, and as an example of the hard work that staff and others are putting in on the defining the gap and the staffing guidelines, and they're really taking a look at what the needs are, and so it's just one example of the work that's happening. So that material has been in your packet. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Questions or comments for Mr. Wilcox on any of those committee reports? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to governance report. Dr. Benitez.
Okay, so now I am presenting to you for a first reading our homeless students updated policy. This involves records, grade level placement, immunization records, and so forth. It is first reading, so all we are doing is submitting it to you. I am reminding all board members to please read these between now and the next meeting. I'm trying to make sure that you send me comments of any kind at least a week before the board meeting, the following board meeting. So I know it's a short turnaround, but if we're gonna update our policies, we need to work fast on approving them. So please, if you have any comments, any questions, anything that you need us to look into, it's important that you let us know ahead of the board meeting, so that when we come to the board meeting with, either answer your questions or change something that may be better if your suggestions help us improve the policy. So thank you, and I also wanted to let you know, I'm sorry, let you know about some of the other things that we are working on. For example, we have met with the health department, and we have asked them to help us with policies around administration of medication, as well as working with our webmaster on how the policies are formatted on the website. We're hoping, we have a time frame of April 1st to complete updating Series 5000, those that are required and are not up to date. So I really hope that you'll help us in meeting that deadline. But you know what, if we don't, but we're approaching finishing the work, I still will thank you for the support that you give us when we come forward with these updates. You have the first reading for the homeless policy, and I hope to take a look at that. That group of students have made us shine this year, even though they have a lot of challenges. Those families have been very supportive of our schools, and I think we ought to do the same for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Benitez. Any questions or comments for Dr. Benitez? Mr. Wilcox?
Just really briefly, in Finance and Operations Committee meeting, we had the updated number. We have more than 500 homeless students in the district at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Food Service Task Group report, Dr. Yarborough?
Yes, thank you. We met recently, so I point the board and those listening to our minutes. Part of our group is preparing with community members for food distribution coming up in April for our April break. And also want to name that food sustainability is a reoccurring topic for our group. So I invite the students who are interested in that topic and others who are interested in that topic to be a part of our food service task group meeting where the conversation is happening, particularly instead of creating an additional meeting, to be a part of that conversation. And one of the things we talk about, what our progress is, what our goals are as related to the climate resolution, and also what we want to see happen and how we can get it to happen, and what are the partnerships that are available to us. So I'm very thankful for that food service task group for its work and our community partners that really make food distribution possible for children in a part of our school district. That completes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Yarborough. Questions or comments for Dr. Yarborough? Okay, seeing none, we've come to the end of our agenda. So I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Wilcox?
Yes.
Dr. Joyner?
Yes.
Dr. Benitez?
Yes.
Dr. Yarborough?
Yes.
Mr. Golden?
Absolutely, yes.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
And I